Good morning, everyone. Today we are starting day one of Donna Adelson's trial. We are starting with opening statements. We were waiting with bated breath for the past couple of days because they were doing jury selection. And initially, opening statements was maybe expected to start yesterday afternoon, but they were still, going through jury selection. But they finally have their 12 jurors and their alternates. So because Donna Adelson is being charged with a first-degree murder type, it is going to be 12 jurors. Typically in Florida, I think it was like around maybe 6 jurors that would typically be seated. So for Donna Adelson, jury selection this week, but we also had an emergency motion from Wendy Adelson's attorney. Now, Wendy Adelson is Donna Adelson's daughter. And remember, a lot of people think that Wendy Adelson might be involved in this whole plan to have her ex-husband murdered just so she could move all the way down to the Miami area where the rest of her family lives. They had 2 boys together. They were living in Tallahassee. Wendy didn't seem to be very happy with the situation. The court denied her, not allowing her to move down to Tallahassee to be closer with her family, not Tallahassee, to the Miami area to be closer to her family. And so there was this whole plot orchestrated by Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, to have Dan Markel murdered. Now, Charlie has already been convicted. The 2 hitmen have already been convicted. Catherine McBanwell, the one that was kind of like, the go-to person between the hitman and Charlie Adelson, she's already been convicted. So we're going to see some familiar faces here in this trial. I believe Catherine McBanwell is going to be testifying. Maybe the 2 hitmen will testify. And I think Charlie Adelson's going to be testifying. There's this picture that's on... Let me see if I could find it. This is a picture that was from Twitter. Looks like Charlie Adelson's like in line, I don't know, to get checked into the courthouse possibly, or I don't know, that kind of looks like an airport. Maybe they flew him. I think they did fly. It kind of looks like an airport, right? But guess who else is there? Harvey is there. This is a screen grab that I took from Surviving the Survivor podcast. I don't know what I don't know what Harvey's doing with his hands. Saying hello, doing a little grabby grab thing. I don't know, but he's there supporting Donna. And, that was expected. I expected him to be there. All right, y'all. So let's listen to opening statements. And, oh, that's right. I was going to talk about Wendy Adelson's motion to quash her subpoena. So Wendy Adelson, when she testified in Charlie's trial, she was granted immunity, meaning anything that she testified about, they couldn't go after her using that and, prosecute her. Same thing here with Donna Adelson's trial. She is granted immunity. She was subpoenaed by the state. So when she testifies for the state, anything that she says on the stand, again, same thing. She's granted immunity. They can't use it against her. However, when Wendy was given a subpoena by the defense, Wendy was like, well, if you're going to call me, I'm just going to say, I'm going to assert my 5th Amendment right. I'm just not going to say anything. So there's no point in you calling me and me having to go in front of the jury and for me to keep saying, I assert my 5th Amendment right over and over and over again. I mean, quite honestly, it might be a waste of the jury's time, and then it might not look good for Wendy anyways. So they dealt with that this week. It was an emergency motion. And because Wendy was going to be subpoenaed by the defense, the defense, they can't be like, well, we're going to subpoena you and we're also going to grant you immunity. The defense doesn't have that power. Only the state does. So I believe that was granted, and we'll see how the family dynamic is. I mean, honestly, I think Wendy just completely cut out her family. I heard that she moved from, was she living in Florida before? And I think she's living in like Texas now or something like that. So it seems like Wendy has really distanced herself from the family. It could be because she realized that her family members did it, or she just, doesn't want to be dragged into it if she was involved, and she doesn't want to be further a part of this whole thing. So we're going to start with opening statements. We have Judge Stephen Everett here, and I'm really excited because from what I've seen so far, it looks like audio quality is good. It looks like we're going to have good camera quality as well. We have different camera angles that keeps moving around. So this was probably one of the worst court cases to cover, because the previous pretrial stuff was like, the audio was just like horrible, but everything is good. And I am excited for this. So we have Judge Stephen Everett. For the state, we're going to have Georgia Kappelman, who did try the other cases. We have Sarah Dugan as well. And then for Donna's defense team, we have Mr. Zellman with the co-counsel, Jackie Fulford, I think that's her name. But as these people come up, I will introduce you to them. So let's start with opening statements. And it seems like Sarah Dugan is doing opening statements. I thought it was going to be Georgia Kappelman. Let me know if I need to boost audio up more.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home, he pulled into his driveway, and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911, and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital, where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old, and his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate.
I wonder when he was still in the hospital where he survived for the 14 hours, I wonder if he was aware of his surroundings or if he was just like, even though his body was alive, but his brain wasn't like really, I guess, kind of like aware enough to know what was going on with the surroundings. Because I don't think he like made any statements or anything like that. Hey, Brian, how are you doing today? Good morning. Hi, Boondog. Hello. Good morning to you as well. Hello, hello. Yeah, Donna is able
to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer?
Oh, Wendy Adelson will tell you soon in her police interview. She's going to run her mouth.
To kill him. And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So, first let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. and they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter, and his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived.
There's Harvey. Now, Harvey and Donna, they were not at Charlie's trial, but there's Harvey now.
Her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida.
Is Harvey evil too? I have to assume that Harvey knew what was going on, but he probably was just someone that just like sat back and just let it happen. I mean, complicit evil.
And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling.
Yep.
She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce.
I'm pretty sure Donna could have had another office person to replace her, and then also for Harvey not being in the office, wasn't Charlie Russell also running the practice as well?
In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor, and not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education, and the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission.
I think they were going to get Charlie to pay for the bribes too. I think it was going to be like split 3 ways between Donna and Harvey and then Charlie, and then maybe another portion coming from, was it Wendy? I don't know. Why would Charlie pay for this?
The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized, just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendy Adelson that in order...
People like this are the worst. When you use the kids against the parents and you do whatever you can to weaponize them, it's fucking horrible.
In order to pull off the stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life.
And how did Wendy do?
The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve.
Cheryl says hi.
And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder, in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren...
Oh, this is Dan Markel's mother, by the way. That's Ruth. She wrote a book about this. I have the book. I just haven't read it yet.
...would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, or after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street.
Crazy.
And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved.
Like, they'd even try to put on face and wait. Isn't that crazy?
You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all work together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch, and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder.
Good morning.
And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was.
I think Wendy started getting nervous that they were going to come after her, so she started giving her family away. That's what I think. I think she was like, oh shit, like I can't do this. It's under pressure. I'm being interviewed. This is too much. Let me just start giving away my family members. That way I look the least suspicious. She threw them under the bus.
It was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder.
What a random ass gift.
An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant.
Donna's shaking her head over there.
So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbors saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius, fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime.
And they did this in broad daylight. Isn't that wild? Broad daylight. This is back in, it was back in 2014, but still, we had surveillance cameras back then. Maybe not as much as now with Ring cameras and Nest cameras and all that stuff. It's not as popular in neighborhoods, but there were surveillance cameras back then, okay? They did this during broad daylight. Hey, Taxi, good morning. Happy weekend. Hello. Happy Friday to you too.
But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear.
But I'm sure it was a lot easier that it was in broad daylight.
But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder, until they were well southbound to Miami, I think around the Gainesville area. The phones turned back on. And then, once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Miami. Came all the way to...
Isn't that wild? They took the car to a bank where you definitely know there's cameras there. Oh, man. These hitmen actually came, I think, like a month prior. I think they were planning on doing it then, and then they were scoping it out, and then they decided not to, and they drove back or something. I think it was during their second drive over where one of them accidentally, which I don't know if you could really call it accidentally, but they discharged the gun in the car, and the bullet went through like a brake line or something, and they had to fix it. Like, I don't know. Wild.
Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge. When law enforcement sees...
How stupid are you to get your baby daddy to commit the murders? That's like lacking so much foresight. Because, you know, I guess people don't ever think about, what if I get caught? What happens if I get caught? My kids are not going to have their fucking mom or dad. We're all both going to be incarcerated. It's so dumb. Hey, hi, Diane. How are you doing today? Hello. I know, right? That sounds like some level, like, movie mishap shit. Yep.
Is that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So, Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time.
What an excellent and clear way to explain this, because this whole thing is quite contrived because there's so many people involved, so many different people that are like, we have the hitman, we have the connector, we have the son, we have the mom, we have the daughter, we have Dan Markel. There's so many people involved, and it does get really convoluted, but she does such an excellent job explaining this. I mean, they had 11 years of practice, kind of like getting ready for this, but still, what a great job. And they got the images for the jury to look at too.
So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a third way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Ooh. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanois all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time.
And mind you, it wasn't like Catherine Magbanois got like a new ass, was it like a Lexus or something? I forgot what she said, from Harvey Adelson. No, it was like some old ass car, man. I think it was like 10 plus years old. It's like, you did all that for a boob job, for an old ass car, and I guess like she ended up probably getting what, 50 grand at the end of the day or something like that.
The time of the murder, she deposited more money in her.
How was that worth it? Her kids must be like, what the fuck, mom? Like, seriously, you ruin our lives for that? Really?
Her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder.
Hi, Kurt.
And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere.
Damn.
And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine McBanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice.
Yep.
The one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for.
Wait, is this the case where they got a handwriting specialist? Or, I might be thinking of Corey Richards. Yeah, I don't think it was this case. Just kidding. Because I wonder if Donna was going to fight and say that, like, oh, well, I didn't write those checks. Someone forged those checks. It wasn't me. I don't know.
And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. McBanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine McBanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson.
Is that crazy? Why write checks? Why not just give her cash? Donna, and you signed your name on there, Donna.
So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying.
Yes. Wiretapping. Let's go.
In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seemed to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having McBanois act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though,
I am on.
it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine McBanois, at this point, is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together.
What?
Charlie Adelson has moved on. He's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016.
Yeah, he has to make sure that he's on good terms with her because she might turn her back against him.
Even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge.
Stupid.
And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April 2016.
Oh, there's Dada. Just a quick little check-in with you guys. How is the audio? Is the audio okay? I had to bump up the audio a little bit because it was pretty low.
Walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So, this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them, or out of her, on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about.
Yep.
Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer, never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that.
Nope.
In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson.
So weird. They were semi-talking in code, but at the same time, it's like all or nothing, man. Why semi-talk in code? If you're going to talk in code, go all the way. Or you know what? Stop communicating on the phone. Stop texting each other. Stop emailing each other.
Continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5.
Also, they are still denying that they were speaking in code. They're still denying that. Still denying that.
The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call.
Yep.
She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, "My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend?" He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to.
Yep.
He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you...
What is her defense going to be? I think it's going to be the same thing as Charlie's defense, where she said that they were being extorted. And the reason why she didn't go to law enforcement about the blackmail is because she was really scared about the Latin Kings. Although this guy never identified himself as part of a member of a Latin King. So I don't know if Donna knew he was part of the Latin Kings. Maybe Charlie knew, and maybe Charlie told Donna. That's a possibility, I guess. But that's where I'm assuming it's going. Now, here's the question. I want to know, is Donna going to throw Charlie under the bus? You know? I mean, because Charlie kind of fucked over her last trial before by saying that there was a conflict of interest. Although I don't think it's Charlie's fault, though. There was a conflict of interest. Dan Rashbaum should be representing Donna Adelson in the trial if he represented Charlie, because Dan has a lot of knowledge in his head and that he could possibly fuck it up for Charlie. So I don't know if Donna's mad at Charlie about that. I don't know. I don't know their communications. But I do want to know, is she going to throw Charlie under the bus? Fucking do it. Is she going to throw Wendy under the bus? Yes, Harvey's in court. I have a screenshot from the Surviving the Survivor podcast, and this is Charlie. This is him. I think, was it yesterday? I don't know. He looks like he's in a jolly good old mood. He's like, keep Donna in there. Don't let her out. Let me have my freedom.
If you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversation.
I think this is Dan Markel's father. Bill Markel. His hair looks great. I think that's him.
Conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine McManawah. Charlie Adelson and Catherine McManawah meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation.
Yep.
So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel, and that person could tell police what they know? Charlie Adelson reassures Katie, Catherine McManawah, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport.
Yep.
It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to McManawah. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime.
Wow, Charlie. You're so smart, Charlie. So smart.
So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about.
Dude, he was so arrogant during that time. And then Catherine McManawah was just eating it all up.
And he begins educating Catherine McManawah about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing, and we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives McManawah very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said,
how is that believable in any way? How is that believable? Someone randomly comes up to you, blackmails you for money, and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And instead of going to the police, you're just going to be like, you know what? You blackmailed me, and I actually feel bad for you. Because you're in a position of blackmailing, I'm just going to give you charity and give you $5,000, okay? But don't come to me again, all right? I won't pay you ever again. Like, that doesn't make sense. Of course they're going to come back to you again and ask for more money, number one. And then two, who the fuck just gives away $5,000 when you didn't do anything? And you just go to law enforcement about it. Man, so arrogant.
He would give McManawah the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target.
Yep.
And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed, and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend.
See? Charlie and Donna, they're trying to say that they were in fear of these Latin King members. Didn't see like Charlie was very scared of them. Didn't seem like that at all. Look at him posturing so much. Oh, yeah, just kill the blackmailer. He's associated with the Lion King member. Just fucking have him killed. Easy. Man, this is not looking good for Charlie. I mean, Donna too.
And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanua then asks Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanua to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI.
What is it with them and Nazis? I have no fucking idea. I don't know. I'm like, I feel like you would want to stay away from the Nazis analogies, especially since you're Jewish, but I have no fucking idea. They aren't very good at being criminal. Surprising she wouldn't take a plea. I don't know if she was even given a plea deal. I don't think she was.
And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanua then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on the paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it.
Yep.
He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanua was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being
Imagine the jury's reaction when the state calls Katie out for doing it for a boob job and a crusty old car and whatever money that she was getting from the dental institute.
convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house.
What did they give Katie for testifying for this? Did they give her something? Ain't no way she did it for free.
To pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanua said that when
Donna literally washed the money. Like, wash the money. Usually the term wash the money means you're like laundering the money, but no, Donna took the money and she fucking washed it, I guess, to make sure her DNA wasn't on there.
when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023, and within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant, on her phone, researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam.
Yep, one-way ticket, didn't even buy a round trip.
And she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel.
Why didn't she go to Israel? They don't extradite. Vietnam's probably like pretty dirt cheap for Americans. Southeast Asian
After the
countries,
defendant was charged,
you can get like when I went to Thailand, was it like 2-3 years ago? Dude, we had a bowl of noodles. Okay, a bowl of noodles for less than $1. It was amazing. Food was so cheap. Oh, so good. I don't know. Maybe she likes pho.
law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me go back. Oh, Donna was offering bribes. Wait, I thought they did an investigation. No, it was a separate investigation. Okay. They were investigating Charlie and Harvey beginning of this year because they thought they were trying to intimidate witnesses. All right, let's go back.
Them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. So
Donna was actually in jail with some women, there were some women that were actually previously housed with Catherine McBanwell. So I guess when Donna found that, I was like, oh my God, you were previously in jail with Catherine? Okay, well, can you lie for me and say that she told you X, Y, and Z? And you know what? I'll give you some money. What do you want? You want veneers? You want drugs? What do you want? I got you. You want housing? I got you. You want to go to Vietnam? I got you.
Informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination and trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted.
Oh, what is this? Why did you speak to her? I know I had information about Katie from the many times I had been with her in jail. What did you tell her? Shit, I can't read that part. Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this yet.
Wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case, but when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanwell, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Nice job. That was Sarah Dugan. Oh my God. Such a good job. Such a good job. Joe, whoa, a Friday stream? Bless this Friday. Sup, Corgi? Yeah, we have trial for the next maybe 10 days. Hi, Joe. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Hello, hello. 48 watts. Thank you. Hi, Mufasa. How are you doing today? What do y'all think? How did Sarah Dugan do in the opening statement? Now, I would love to hear from people that are fresh into this case to see if her explanation of who everyone was very clear. Because, I mean, I know this case. So to me, it was just like a refresher. But I think she did a good job. But I am curious to hear for those who are not familiar with this case. Did she do a good job? All right, now we got the defense. Dada. You know, I'll have to say this, though. Donna looks pretty good. Her face looks pretty plump. Her hair looks all right. I feel like she's eating well, maybe sleeping well now. Who are we going to have for the defense? Mr. Zellman, Jackie Fulford. I think they're talking to the judge right now.
Bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Wait, the bailiff's going to take them to the jury room? Why? Oh, Donna got her. She got her cable knit sweater on. She got the grandma vibes. She should have wore the yellow sweater again. I love this judge too.
Observers need to use the restroom. Please do so.
Okay, are we taking a little mini break? Oh, they're doing mini break. Okay, mini break. She did a good job. Good opening statement. Okay, so we got... we have some... what are these called again? Like these little art stands? All right, waiting for everyone to come back in. Where are we at?
Good morning. My name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs.
Jackie Fulford. This is Donna's attorney. I think she's like the co-counsel.
Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet.
Main counsel is Mr. Zellman, who was doing the jury selection.
Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first. But the defense has a right to be heard, too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel.
Yeah, a lot of people say that she kind of looks like Donna in a way. Nah.
And you heard an awful lot about
Nicole.
what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed.
Someone said that she could look like Donna's sister. And I was like, I mean, white, short hair, maybe. I don't know. She's a local. I like her accent. Oh, that's right. Is Mr. Zellman local as well? I mean, I think last time they probably regretted not hiring a local Tallahassee attorney that can connect with the Tallahassee jury. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did end up hiring someone that was local to this area.
That shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happen.
All right,
We're
Jake.
going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know what's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man, and I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. His career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him.
Okay, I mean, a pretty good opening respecting Dan Markel so far. And instead of calling him Daniel Markel and sounding more formal, she calls him Danny Markel because Danny is the name that people called him by. Okay, Jackie.
You're going to hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel. But because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay.
Okay.
But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that.
And that's a good explanation. Okay.
More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. And the divorce first happened when Wendy moved out. He did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be, most of the time, after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calm.
Does Wendy have full custody? Yeah, she does now. The grandparents are fighting to be able to see their grandchildren more. Grandparents as in Dan Markel's parents. I'm not really quite sure what's going on with that, but they are from Canada, I believe. Is that Danny's sister? Oh, I didn't know he had a sister. Maybe.
Calm down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen.
Ooh, Donna must hate it so much that her attorney saying so many nice things about Dan Marco. Because, you know, Donna hates Dan.
These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him.
Yeah, it was your
That's
client.
very important.
Your
This
client did
Skyping
it.
that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books, she kept the books, she greeted patients, she got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody can...
I mean, what's the difference? It's now owned by Charlie, yes, but, you know, it's because he took over. I mean, I guess that's I don't know why point that out.
know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person.
No, she's not.
People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. It is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Just raise your hands and everyone can see the eagle clearly. Thank you.
thank you. That he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was...
Oh no, she's talking away from the microphone. No, Jackie, go back to the microphone. Oh, it's because she's got her little poster board there. Jackie, come back.
murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction, and this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver, and he points it at him, and you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him, not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man.
Quick check-in. Audio's okay for you guys?
This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is a surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny.
Hi, Rain.
Drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove, that everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanwa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money. The money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson.
I think they're gonna throw Charlie under the bus. Oh man. They're saying that Charlie paid. Donna had nothing to do with it. It's Charlie's money, not Donna's money. Oh shit. They're taking down this route.
They can prove, and how, that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Y'all, I wish you could see the look on my face right now. Damn, they're saying Charlie did it. Donna had nothing to do with it. I think that's the best course of action. It was Charlie. Don't drag mom into this. Or grandmother.
This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's a matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed, and they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence.
I don't know how they're going to get around the digital trail, the phone calls, the emails. How are we going to get around that defense? I don't know, Jackie. Maybe you got something up your sleeve.
Means they don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you. All of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence.
Oh, we will.
That Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder. That she engaged these men to kill him. And that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board. $3,000 a month.
Okay.
Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn.
Oh man, I gotta slow it down a little bit. He instructed the mom to pay. The mom didn't know why she was paying it. She was just doing it. Oh shit.
Trial out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on.
But even if it was Charlie's money, and even if he was taking money from his business account and told Donna to pay Katie $2,000 a month or whatever the fuck it is, why would Donna do it? And it's not like Donna didn't know what was going on in the dental practice. She was the one who was working the books. She'd be like, why am I paying this woman $2,000 a month if she ain't doing work here? Why would Donna do it? Why would Donna do it?
What it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die.
Mm-hmm.
That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
What? That's it? Oh, man. I mean, I like it when you're straight to the point, but that opening was a little too short, in my opinion. I think she should have really fleshed it out even more. But here's the thing. I don't think she could because, you know, it's hard to prove that Donna didn't do it. It's hard for her to say that Donna didn't do it. I guess the only thing she could say is just that it was Charlie. It was Charlie. Charlie did it. It's his money. It wasn't Donna. Donna just did what Charlie told him to do or told her to do. Damn, that was pretty short. I thought she was going to go a lot longer. All right, Jackie.
Thank you, Ms.
Straight to the point, I guess.
Gentlemen, if you could take down the easels at this time.
I wonder how the
Is the state
cross-examinations are going to
prepared
go.
to call its first witness?
All right, the first witness is... I didn't catch. Oh, the court's on lunch break right now. When are they going to be back from lunch break?
May I reposition the lectern, Judge?
What do you guys think of Jackie's opening statement? She was a defense.
Geiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine the direction.
Well, hello, sir. Who are you?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trescott in Tallahassee.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024. 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive, out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And,
all right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3. Photographs of...
Yes, it's true.
No objection, Your Honor.
You could publish states 1, please. All right, sir, so if you could just explain... Open that corner, please.
Also, it wouldn't explain why Donna decided to buy tickets to escape to Vietnam after Charlie's conviction. It's not like Charlie implicated her at his trial. That just doesn't make sense. I don't know how the defense is going to explain that away.
what we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here if that's of any assistance to you. Push the middle button, you get a red dot.
Does anyone know when the court comes back from lunch break?
You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir.
Taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay. And the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Publish dates, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markell's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast, and I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light-colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention, and then...
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot, we weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markell house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
Okay, so out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open, his car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out, and I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running, and this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
and so
sir.
I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling, so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes,
I'll be right back, but I'm going to continue playing this. I'm going to listen to it on my phone. Just give me a second.
somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4. I'm going to draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish state 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markell so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish state 7, please. The doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph. Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 4.
Objection to State's 4.
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize State's 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markell?
yes, it is.
May I introduce State's 5? Your
Objection. State's 5 is admitted.
Publishing State's 5. What did you know about Mr. Markell?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event, and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child, and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markell was shot, had his wife, Wendy, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendy had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markell's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and I didn't notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markell ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage, and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence State's 88.
Any objection?
Objection.
State's 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
What's your emergency?
It's right next door to my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, the T.
Okay, the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 850-212.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out. I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window was shattered, and he's battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what. I don't know.
Okay, was that this location?
Correct? Right next door. I gave you mine. I don't know if the address is next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in early. He didn't. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with it?
I don't know. The driver's side window was all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 2116. 2116.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer.
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
Long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination from Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir. Is he released from his subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir. Please call your next witness.
State calls David Sims.
Please approach. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Okay, quick and easy, straight to the point. Mexico is quite far from Florida. If she was in maybe California or even Texas, maybe she can escape to Mexico, but for her, Florida's like really far away. And at the time, she probably thought that there was no issue if she were to travel internationally and they weren't going to go after her. Hey, hi, Unicorn, what's going on? Hello, how are you doing today? How's it going? All right, second witness. What do we
Please speak
have
loudly and
here?
clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, S-I-M-S.
How are you? Go ahead.
Retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes.
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call, 2116 Prescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes.
I could have dressed as a dog and got in cargo to Vietnam.
Did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said it's his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
All right. I'm going to publish states 7, please. That's in, right? Yeah.
No.
Okay, other than the doors being open, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said Daniel again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car.
Let me pause you there and approach and show you what I marked as states 8 through 10.
Yeah.
Publish who? I got a pointer. That shows what you're talking about.
Still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right. And was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in. The door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right. And during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
Okay. And were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there, pulled it out, and set it on the ground so they could make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not in
there?
my presence.
Oh.
Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, we're right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap, and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the eyeglasses?
That was in his left hand.
You think she's going to try to show emotion and cry?
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple of officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
This witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on quickly. Okay. I can see why Charlie's trial was so quick.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement? In law enforcement?
I'm retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. That you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 7. At this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through
A minute.
please. 12.
Yes, I did.
Halves.
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what I've marked as states 2. There's the 2 halves of eyeglass. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 122 and 123.
These are Dan Markel's eyeglasses.
And
Please. Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the 2 pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
any objection? No, Your Honor. States one.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
And what were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. They'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay.
So, wait, there was?
Any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Published states
Oh, there wasn't any evidence. Okay, so not a robbery.
16, please. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken, so prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yeah.
Move into evidence states 126. Evidence, is that consistent with a gunshot?
Yes, it is.
Donna Adelson's vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21.
Yes.
Publish 19. Publish 20. What is this item?
Oh, man. Wait, did she not bring this in? Oh, was this not for the brunch that she was going to? Was it for like a party for later on? This is a funny story, too. This Bullet Bourbon and the ABC store that she went to, when she could have gone to one that was closer on the way to the restaurant that she was going to, but no, she took a long route, a very long detour, just so she could probably drive by Dan Markel's house when the shooting happened, or after the shooting happened.
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 22 through 24. How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, State's Exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Forward, minute.
Yes.
And this was...
No question, Your Honor.
Wait, Donna's crying? Oh, God. She's so manipulative. Oh, man. Donna's crying. They're showing the photos of Dan Markel at the hospital right now. Damn, she is playing it up for the jury. Hey, it might work. You know, the jury, they don't know anything about this case, right? For us, we're like, it's bullshit. Damn.
Yes.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Hold on. I need to get a screen grab of Donna crying. Dude, Donna is... What did she tell Wendy again? Is this going to be the performance of your life? No, Donna is 10 times better than Wendy. Wendy was horrible at it.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness. Donna.
Please call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Clark.
Whoever's rubbing her back has to know that she's making it.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to...
Oh, hey, there's Harvey. Hey, Harvey. There he is back there. No other family members? Guess not.
provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, J. Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an Assistant Medical Examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my bachelor's
Donna's still crying. Oh, man.
science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research
So what's that? No tears but crying.
before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled to the Britain General Hospital in Connecticut and did a 2-year general surgical internship.
I have no idea what's going on with the captions. It's like repeating itself. I'll give it maybe like another 2 minutes before it goes away. We'll see.
I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, I'm going to go through his... I'm sorry, sir. All right. I'm going to go through his credentials.
For the hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist
Oh, the audio and the video is not synced up.
the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Searching the states 25 through 34. Photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 25 through 34.
Oh, Donna's going to... She's going to start crying again with the autopsy photos.
States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Okay. It's silence right now. I think, are they doing a sidebar? Yeah, the attorneys are at the...
To the jury room. The examination. A brief break before we continue with the examination of Dr. Clark. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Oh, they took a break. Okay, they took a break. It's a long break. What kind of break is this?
Are they still going to the bathroom? Check on them.
Let me go on Twitter to see what happened. Pretty Lies and Alibi says, oh, it's gone. The judge says that Donna needs to control her emotions. I actually refreshed Twitter, so it's gone now. Hey, Donna, stop fake crying over there, Donna. Let me see if I can find it.
Publishing 25. And Doctor, you should have a pointer. Right, explain what we're looking at in States 25.
Okay, Pretty Lies and Alibi says, judge tells Donna Adelson she needs to control her emotions when sensitive things are being shown. Told by the judge to control her emotions when sensitive things are being shown. Oh, did he do it on, did he do it on stream?
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays. And this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, and here.
Publish States 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here. It's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report, and this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes. There's quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are small. You can see it's all over the cheek here, and the ear, and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo-stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder, and we'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo-stippling around the left side of the face and left side of the neck and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am, or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo-stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here. Because of where the bullet track went to, it caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face and then drain down into the neck.
I wonder if Wendy ditched those awful contacts that she would wear.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted in a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes an irregular injury wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling, or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo-stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning, and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It actually has the particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired?
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo-stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time, and most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing, and the soot, the stippling, is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are, you have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. and soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right, and you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to which shots were fired in what order?
Yes, after discussions with the investigators and looking at the scene photographs, the first shot went through the closed car window. So the first shot would have been to the
Oh man, Donna's still pretending it up. Jesus, Donna. I mean, she had to seen these photos before. I guess. Oh, well, you know, she didn't attend Charlie's. She did not attend Charlie's trial. So I guess she could. No, then she would have reviewed them with her defense team. No, because it's been 11 years. Can the jury still believe that she's actually this upset that Dan Markel was murdered? If she wasn't the one who was behind it. I don't know, man. Wait until they see the emails. Wait until they see the rest of the communications. All the shit talking that Donna did.
the left cheek area, which traveled from the left cheek just before the left ear, hitting soft tissues, fracturing the jaw, fracturing the left cheekbone. Again, this is maybe slightly incapacitating, maybe stunned him, but would not immediately put his lights out. Okay, so that is where all the pseudo-stippling's coming from that glass shattering. Glass is not there anymore. The second shot is to the forehead, where the actual gunpowder can strike the skin, and the hand was raised somehow in the vicinity of that cylinder gap.
And that's the second shot, is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say, if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound to the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 33, please. Ask if you
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we placed these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor. And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the X-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This is.
Upper left, maybe? Again. Thank you.
This is the bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. On the X-ray, it's getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we've taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
Right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Dr. Clark.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well.
Oh,
Clark, you may step
Donna.
down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you...
I'm sorry, but did Donna have any reaction when they were talking about how he was shot in his car during opening statement? If she's that emotional, I feel like that would also trigger her as well. Ma'am.
You may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right, y'all. Well, I have not had my breakfast yet. I'm going to go eat breakfast. We probably have another, I want to say probably like 25 minutes. Let's say they'll come back at 1:15, and it'll probably take another like 5 minutes for them to get everything all settled in and everyone coming into the courtroom. But man, for those of you guys who are just joining us, today is day 1 of Donna Adelson's trial.
Before we go on the recess break this afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point. Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible.
A natural reaction?
Or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand those? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Right. Please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
3 witnesses today. Okay. All right. So yeah, today is day 1. We start with opening statements from the state, from the defense. State did a really good job with their opening statement. Defense, I would say it was quite short, but I guess it was to the point. I think it could have been a little bit longer, but maybe it's not as long because there's just not much to say in defense of Donna Adelson, honestly. But I think she did a wonderful job talking about Dan Markel, which, I don't know, probably makes Donna angry. We had witness number 1, who was the neighbor who heard a loud gunshot, or 2 gunshots, and then he went to the car and he was the one that called 911. We had witness number 2, who was a Tallahassee Police Department, retired Tallahassee policeman who responded to the scene. Now, witness number 3, also a Tallahassee forensic policeman or policewoman. She's retired. She took photos of the crime scene and then took a photo of Dan while he was at the hospital. That's when Donna started crying. Witness number 4, Anthony Clark, medical examiner. He went through the photos of Dan Markel during autopsy, went through the photo of an x-ray with the bullet in Dan Markel's head. And Donna, again, was still crying. She needed to be consoled by her defense team. And now the judge is calling her out for it, saying that she needs to stop, with the emotional outbursts because you can't sway the jury with sympathy, okay? You can't do that. Don't be emotionally manipulative, Donna. Anyways, they're on lunch break right now, and they will be back in about 25 minutes. So I'm going to go eat lunch or breakfast. It's still early for me. I'm going to eat breakfast. You guys get up, stretch, get some breakfast, and we'll be back. Since we'll be caught up with the live stream, we'll be able to play it at pretty much like normal speed. So, all right, guys, I'll be back. I'll see you guys soon. Hello, guys. All right, it seems like they are back. Just give me 1 second. I just gotta put my dogs away. Be right back. Come on, guys. Hello, guys. All right, it seems like they are back. Just give me 1 second. I just gotta put my dogs away. Oh, God. All right. Hello. Sorry for that feedback. I had my iPhone on speaker. I was trying to capture my dogs. They're running around chasing each other, so quite the lunch break. You guys eat lunch yet or breakfast? Or I guess for me it's breakfast. Hey, Nash Review, how are you doing today? Yeah, thanks for joining us. So again, guys, we are here, day 1 of Donna Adelson's trial. I think we're on witness number 4 or 3 right now. And we're not doing a camera stream today, but I will be back at the rest of the trial with the camera on. No camera today. I'm still recovering from my my acne scarring treatment, so my face looks like a fucking jump scare right now. I don't want to scare y'all. All right, they're back from their lunch break with Georgia Kappelman. Let's see, was she talking earlier? Where are we at?
To break the defense advised, they've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. Case Exhibit 64 is a female exhibit.
Hey, go Lucky!
And I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. Yeah, Coach.
Okay.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, and Wendy replied March 28, 2011. It includes content in the paragraph.
So again, we have Harvey back there. Donna's right there. I'm glad you're streaming this. I read that earlier. I was watching this morning with Nick Starro while getting ready, so I was only half paying attention. Well, Shaban, thanks for joining us.
3 was a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and knowing.
George was admitting some emails into evidence. These are emails between Donna, Wendy.
That is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Wolford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy.
Oh, so in the pretrial stuff, we did hear about how Donna Adelson made some derogatory comments, and we actually didn't find out what the slur word was. I think this is the same scenario.
Made comments, and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendy are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Kappelman, as it relates to the comments going toward the parents.
It's relevant, Judge. It goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her family.
That's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the moon.
Go, Georgia. Let's see what the judge thinks. So Georgia wants this in because she says it goes towards motive. Oh, she hated Dan Markel. I hope your skin recovers okay. Yeah, it's doing okay so far. It's a little bit dry and scabby. A little bit bruised too. My nose is all bruised up. Oh, Donna. What you had for lunch? Or is that a little bit of lipstick on? Around your skin, I did microneedling. Basically what it does, it like traumatizes your skin
does.
with a bunch of like needle punctures on your face. And then when it regenerates, it's supposed to have some more like collagen production and some other shit and fill in the craters from the acne scars. So I did my round 2 this week, and I was supposed to have it timed correctly because this opening statement was supposed to happen on Monday, and I would have been all healed and fine by then. But because it started early, I was like, ah, shit. That's why we're streaming with no camera today.
Lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. No objection. I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
All right, judge is going to allow it in to show that Donna had a history of hating Dan Markel. I want to see those emails.
Yes, we've asked for limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to, it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kappelman,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
I'm actually surprised that he let Mr. Zellman argue because initially it was Jackie was arguing this. Usually it's like you don't want like a tag team of like different attorneys doing the argument. One attorney sticks to one argument and that's it.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously I disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
What would be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family?
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Kappelman. Well, down. Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. States Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website. Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendy. It's offered to show how controlling.
Man, I'm watching The Gilded Age right now, and back in those days, you know, women didn't really have much choice. They were ruled by their parents. Parents made their decision, especially like women in the upper class area, where it's like the mom would choose who you're marrying. Okay, this is what Donna was doing. Donna was doing this. What, 200 years later? Donna was like going through potential love matches and interests for Wendy, like controlling her. Wendy was what? How old was she at this time? Late 20s, early 30s, maybe? Just controlling her life.
Donna Adelson was over the children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Miss Bertha Russell. Yeah, I'm just starting on season 2. I started season 1 last week and finished it. Oh my god, it's so good.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client, Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendy Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge. It's my fault.
And this was her.
Wait, was Donna going on Match.com and just like picking out men for Wendy, or? I'm sorry, I was typing.
Forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's States Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
What's the date on that?
On Exhibit 64I.
As to any questioning of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
Bruce.
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is it's a
That's
statement of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in her children's lives, particularly in their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Martel.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. It's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, as to this item, this is 3.
Wait, really? You lost interest in the second season? My brother told me he liked the second season more than the first season. But I'm like, I don't know if I really care about this opera showdown thing that's happening right now. Oh, Unicorn, thank you so much for watching while you're working. Are you working at home or working in the office?
You said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
No, this is before she was married to Dan Markel.
As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, as it related to the deceased and controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson was just on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with Charlie Adelson wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
I mean, here's what Wendy's going to do. If they ever go after her, if they ever try to prosecute her, she's just going to say that, like, look, in the previous trials, the state talked about how my family was controlling me. They controlled me. They took over my life. They did this on their own. I bet you that's what's going to happen. I don't even think they're going to go after Wendy. I don't know. I don't think they're going to go after Wendy at all. I know people have high hopes that Wendy's going to be next, but I don't think they have enough on Wendy. Unless there's something there that we don't know about, but... Right? Yeah, dude, the costumes, the outfits. Oh, this looks so good.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
All these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is... Just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th, 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for your honor.
What did she say? Southern black lady?
It's page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page, 2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so
Okay, so someone calling Judge Hobbs a Southern black lady? Who said that? That's what I heard. Look at Jackie's face. I wonder if Jackie is confused on what's going on right now. I wonder if Jackie's like, that was the previous attorney. I don't know.
I think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever your honor thinks on that one, Judge.
But
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
if in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015.
Are we going to get into Donna's emails today? Is that why we were talking about all these email stuff?
Reference here is 64HH. Yes, sir. May I approach?
Okay.
May I have the other exhibit? Judge, this email is an email regarding Wendy moving, and evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location, so the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety.
Because here's what I think. I think that the defense is going to try to argue the reason why they picked up and left out of Tallahassee and moved Wendy and the kids to Miami 48 hours after Dan Marquette was murdered was not because they were so anxious and they wanted them to move ASAP. It was because they were in fear of Wendy's life and the kids' lives. But Georgia is going to argue that, well, it seemed like before she was living in an area that was more secure, and then now it's like a less secure area. So maybe they didn't really fear for their life after all. I don't know. But I guess the defense can rebut and say that, well, actually, we're 6 hours away from Tallahassee, so we felt more safe down there. But wouldn't you say more secure location to a less secure location? I wonder if it was like, what is it, like gated community to non-gated community? Or was she living in a condo that has security on, you know, on the property or something like that? I'm not quite sure. I wasn't really sure where Wendy was living. I know Dan Markel was living in the house. Wendy, I don't know where she was living during this point. I don't know if Jeffrey Lacoste ever mentioned Wendy's house during this time or apartment or wherever.
That email is dated
7:15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation with one witness but enter at a later point, that is certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendy Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we're given.
Can I show the exhibit to the test?
There's there.
Email that we've been handed is April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendy moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
Trouble.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. Which if they're being actively extorted under threat for their lives, one would expect they would inquire about such a thing.
May lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with those. We had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed, and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated.
I'm wondering the same thing, Judge. The judge is like, why the fuck are we doing this now? We had all the pretrial stuff.
In date order, it was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind what it should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016. and it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Donna was saying that the children weren't sad, that their parent passed away. My friends told me that Queen Charlotte was better than Bridgerton.
Outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
Has anyone else seen Alien Earth? It's on my watch list. I heard it's really good.
Compliment again. The purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing as her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Ms. Kettleman, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so at the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Mrs. Adelson.
In commenting on how the child is sad.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That, I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use.
The children were 3 and 5 years old, I believe. And people may think that, when you're 3 and you're 5 years old, you're not going to remember shit. I don't know. There are some kids that do.
Of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father.
And losing your father like that? I can't imagine that being easy. It's not like they were like, I don't know, 3 and like maybe like a 2-year-old or something like that. I don't know. Even a 2-year-old, I don't know. Because I'm thinking of like my friends' kids. Even at 2 years old, I feel like they would know that, hey, like dad's not here anymore. Which network is that on? They have it on Hulu. I don't know what network it's on though, but they have it on Hulu. The Alien Earth.
Stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may approach.
Right.
This will be the first thing. I'd like to have Your Honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in. Circle back to that. With that stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right. As to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to 64II, I should say. That's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
That's where I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendy here. I'm sorry, from Wendy to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markell. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype. It is satisfactory to Mr. Markell, so I would ask you to admit it based on the statements made in the opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not to consider it as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
And jurors had a super extended break. I hope they brought something so they can be busy with.
Are offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Thank you.
Part of your investigation were
Sorry. Okay, I think we're right around here. What witness number are we at now? Or is it witness number... Oh, witness number 5. All right. So, we had a extended lunch break-ish. The state wants to enter in these emails between Donna, and there's Wendy, and whoever else. So I wonder if we're going to get to it right now. Did you guys hear King Cobra died?
Please raise your right hand, sir.
King
Do
Cobra?
you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Hey, Karungal.
Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, C-R-A-I-G,
Oh, his name sounds familiar.
I-S-O-M.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Detective?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markell?
I was.
How long did Dan Markell live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes.
including his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Oh, no.
When and where did you approach Wendy Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes after the shooting?
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with 2 other individuals at the table.
2 ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right, and when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendy Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on. I was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right, and did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you...
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other 2 individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on, they were still at the daycare, and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendy Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No.
Any Miranda rights read?
No.
Any use of force at all?
No.
She was not detained or under arrest?
No.
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
No.
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
No.
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
No.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce
I'm going to show
regarding
you
child custody.
with child custody.
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A.
Are they going to play portions of Wendy's interview?
Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendy Adelson and Daniel Markell.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right, and did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to a witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60? Portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's
Lori
what
Vallow's back in Idaho, ain't she?
is doing right now. Overruled.
Move into evidence State 60, Your Honor.
Please clerk.
And poor guy. I wonder how long he's been retired for. Retired, you're done with your job. You gotta come back and testify because this case is like 11 years old. How's everyone doing today? Someone was wondering earlier why Donna was wearing headphones. I think it's for the sidebar stuff. That way she doesn't have to get up and go up to sidebar. Thank God it's Friday. Happy Friday, y'all. Happy Friday. Busy, 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 busy with work stuff? Oh, is that why? That's what I'm assuming. That way she doesn't have to like get up. She's like, she's probably in shackles. Now, is she going to add anything valuable to sidebar? Who knows? Who knows? Donna seems to let her attorneys take the reign in all this. Work is done. Nice. You have the weekend off? Work, hobbies, a good balance. What hobbies you got going on right now? Bruce. Who's this? She kind of looks like Sandra Bullock for a second. Just kidding. Never mind. It was when the camera was showing half of her face. Still really pretty, though. Hey, she kind of did, okay? Half the face. Oh, that sounds fun. You're starting judo classes soon? Have you ever done judo before or any type of martial arts? All right, we're caught up with the live. Harvey's just hanging out there, itching his foot maybe. Oh, we're zooming into Zana now. Slow zoom in. Anyone watch anything good lately? Did anyone here get to watch Weapons yet? It was really entertaining, but I didn't think it was very scary at all. I don't know. People were saying like this is the scariest movie of the year. I'm like, it's more like a comedy. Oh, you did judo when you were a kid? I did karate when I was a kid, and I remember I was so hyped about doing karate because all I wanted to do was just to break the wooden board. But when they do the thing where you break the wooden board, I'm pretty sure the instructor kind of like helps you break it by like snapping it in half with her hand. I love Julia Garner. Is Julia Garner, is she the one that's in Ozarks? If only she'd have gotten the cheaper flight sooner, she would have been in Costa Rica by now. Nah, they go to Costa Rica and they drag your ass back. Did you not watch the video on Caitlin Armstrong? Dude, she went to Costa Rica. She got plastic surgery. And she thought she was done. She thought she was good. She started teaching yoga at like the local Costa Rica, like, I don't know, some like area where there was like a lot of foreigners, I guess. But no, they dragged her ass back. Oh, her name is Julia Garner. I've only seen her in Ozark, and well, actually, she was in this other TV show about the person that was pretending to be an heiress in New York City. She like lied to a bunch of rich people and would borrow money from them, not pay them back. I like sort of started that, but I wasn't really into it. But she was really good in Ozark. Man, this is a long sidebar. I watched the movie Underwater with Kristen Stewart that came out in 2020. Is this a horror movie? I haven't heard of that yet. Yes, Inventing Anna. That's the one. I think it's on Netflix. I don't know. The story itself is very intriguing, but the way that it was done on Netflix, I was just like, it's whatever's. I wasn't really super into it. You know who I don't see back there? I don't see Wendy. Wendy ain't back there. They released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the movie, in theaters. Oh, really? For the 35th anniversary? Oh, I loved it growing up. There's Shin Godzilla 4K. I want to watch, there's a new Hell House that's out. Hell House is like a horror movie, but it's not really like a super popular one. So they released the fourth one in some movie theaters. I want to watch that. The first couple of Hell Houses were pretty scary. Oh, and then there's the oh, did you guys see did you guys see my Instagram story or on Discord? I got the Annabelle popcorn bucket. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love it. One fling, you gotta buy round trip tickets so it doesn't look as bad if you get caught, right, Doom? But I mean, I think she's fucked either way. I think there's so much overwhelming evidence against her. But still, you would think, buy the round trip tickets. Oh no, are they dismissing people? What's going on? I think the jury's getting out. Oh no, the jury's probably like, what fucking day is this? This is day one? Oh man, the judge doesn't look very happy. Judges hate it when you're wasting the jury's time. Just ever since you brought up Queen Charlotte, I'm curious to know more. Some people believe she had a black ancestry, like always away from her reign, but others dispute it. I wonder if she feared George. King George? How do you know the Annabelle popcorn bucket is haunted? Or not haunted? Well, I got it because I think it's haunted.
What's that?
Oh, true.
You
Yeah,
can
Wendy
step
came in the
out,
courtroom
Mr.
too. She testifies. Yeah, she's
Please
probably
step outside
under
the courtroom. Sure.
I forgot what's that term called again. Hold on. I had it. It went away. It'll come back later on. Post in the Discord. It is in the Discord. Now you guys are all haunted as well. The Insidious movies? Yes. Well, okay. The Insidious movies, I watched a YouTube video recapping all of them, but I did go back and watch them, and I think they're pretty good.
I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court.
Oh, man. Is that directed at the defense? Because the direct examination is done by the state right now. I'm assuming the defense is challenging some things, and the judge is not happy because he's like, well, why weren't you guys doing this in pretrial stuff? Now he wants to send the jury home. There's still a lot of time left, Judge. Right now, the local time is, 2:11? The jury still has 3 hours. Damn, the judge is not happy. He's like, you know what, fuck it. Just send the jury home. Y'all are wasting their time. I don't want to waste their time anymore.
Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Oh, shit.
The objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
Holy shit. Oh, no. Listen, Mr. Zellman, we've all been through that. When you're like, listen, I know I've seen it before. I just don't know where the fuck it is in my binder, but I know I have it. I just got to locate it. And the fact that you're pressuring me even more, Your Honor. Oh, God. Come on, Mr. Zellman. You can do it. Find it. Oh, man. Well, Jackie, help him out. Jackie, you don't know where it is in the binder? Come on now. Bail him out. Team organization. Come on, y'all. Come on, Jackie. Help him out. What are you doing over there? Maybe Jackie's like, hey, I wasn't supposed to be doing this part of the homework. This is all Mr. Zellman. We got to do some teamwork, though. Yeah, it's completely directed to the defense. I wasn't sure who couldn't locate the items, but now it seems like it's the defense that couldn't locate whatever it is they're trying to locate to say that Donna wasn't involved.
Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Man, remember the teamwork with the Depp v. Her, with the Johnny Depp's team? I loved how everyone just had each other's back. You know, they were sending sticky notes to each other. Everyone knew where everything was. Even with the Karen Reed defense team. You can do it, Mr. Zellman. I feel so bad for him. Oh man, Judge Everett not happy. Judge Everett's like, listen, I went to Costco. I bought some snackies for the jury. Okay? You're wasting my time over here. I wanted to make the jury happy, but you're pissing them off. The Costco snacks is not going to off-balance this. Hi, Pookie. How are you doing today? You miss Camille? Camille did take on another high-profile case involving a woman that was accused of... She was like, I think she's an actress, maybe? She was accused of, it was like something work related. I think, work compensation or something like that. They try to say that she like illegally or fraudulently, took workers' comp when she wasn't supposed to. I don't know. But I don't know whatever happened to that. The judge is, how is he shaking his head? Oh man. It could just be bad luck on Mr. Zellman, or Mr. Zellman is not organized. But, you know, it's still the very beginning of the trial. I'm going to give Mr. Zellman the benefit of the doubt. I've liked him so far. I just feel bad for him. Is Jackie helping or what? Or is Jackie just sitting back? Jackie looks like she's just sitting back. Jackie, you need to help Mr. Zellman out. Jackie just sitting there like... Jackie, grab a binder. Any binder, Jackie. Just make it look like you're helping him. Oh, man. So, guys, let's continue our talk about...
Concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Isom, Wendy Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
So anyways, what else is coming out soon? The new Annabelle movie's coming out.
I did not plan to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery.
So what's the other alternative, I guess? For her to lay the foundation through multiple witnesses and then have Craig Isom come back and tie everything together, maybe? I don't know if Craig wants to come back. He's retired by now. I don't know if he wants to come back. He probably just has like, hey, I'm coming in for this day, this day, this day. That's it. I'm done. I don't know. Maybe that's the best way to do it.
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
You can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge. I think that would be my preference then.
Very well. Please bring the jurors up. Please direct Detective Isom to come back in and take the stand.
All right, sorry, y'all. Y'all thought it was going to be an early release day. Jury's coming back.
Detective Isom, come back in.
Maybe we can jump to the live. Okay. We're continuing our day. Well, I mean, it seems like the judge is not happy with the defense because they are objecting to things that was already dealt with in pretrial. And if they have documents to back up their argument, the judge is not happy that they're not finding these documents and they're just wasting the jury's time. And then as for the state, the judge says like, okay, well, if you're going to admit these amount of, certain amount of evidence, these type of evidence, you have to lay a foundation for it, tying Donna Adelson to it. but she was planning on doing it with maybe this witness and other witnesses as well to lay the foundation. But he's saying that, like, okay, well, we're not going to enter these evidence into we're not going to enter these evidence in until the foundation has been laid. So they're just going to continue on. I guess you can talk about it, but she just can't enter into evidence. Enter the exhibits in. There we go. God.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 64. You recognize State's 54?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are the emails, I believe. I believe these are from Wendy Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendy Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And State's...
Hey, Tywin Lannister died on the realest throne, okay? The realest throne there is. Best death ever.
Exhibit 64 contains fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson.
Fuck the Iron
Yes.
Throne.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there,
It's all about the poop throne.
in particular, are you familiar with this email? And for the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is...
I was going to say the porcelain throne, but I don't think they had porcelain back then. The
Yes.
porcelain throne
Is
or
that
the
an
iron
email
throne?
that was sent from Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendy,
Okay.
and it's
what is,
CC'd to another individual.
okay. And what does Wendy do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markell...
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation, and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Covenant.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, going to object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take the vote.
Oh man, the judge asked the jury to take the bailiff to take the jury out. So, do we think the jury's going to be dismissed for the rest of the day? Hey, I do want to say this though. If the jury,
Investigator Ison, if you could step down, please, sir.
if the jury is dismissed for the rest of the day, we're still going to be here, okay? Because they're going to continue court stuff. Don't get too excited, y'all. See ya, Mr. Isom. Go do some leg stretches while you're out there.
So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items that the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them. But we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the...
Oh, this argument. Well, just because it's Donna's email and Donna's, I don't know, assuming maybe there's Donna's like signature at the bottom, doesn't mean that Donna sent it. It could have been Harvey. Harvey could have sent it. What do you call that again? The little email thing at the bottom? There's a particular term for it. I forgot. It's slipping my mind. Hi, lady. How are you doing today? Where it's like Donna Adelson, phone number, blah, 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 blah.
Response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to?
Now we're going to blame it on Harvey. Harvey sent those emails. It wasn't Donna. Harvey did it.
Calvin, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
I can't imagine sitting in the gallery right now. The air is so tense. There's a miasma in the fucking courtroom right now. Get me out of here.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Just from an entertainment perspective, I don't like it when things end early. I would not mind if things ended early today because I did not expect to do opening statements today. I had it all planned for Monday. And then also, there's a whole bunch of shit with the Kohberger stuff where we are getting more details about how many people complain about Brian Kohberger's behavior, his manners, the things that he said while he was a TA at WSU. And oh my God, I'm like halfway through. It's another like 500-page like fucking document thing.
Would you like to know
It's
what
so much.
items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55.
I think we stipulated that.
Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email, 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Are there any objections by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
No, Your Honor.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, premiere video clips.
90 bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
But I mean, sometimes objections happen. If I was a defense, I'd be too scared to object now. But I mean, the judge is saying that these objections should have been dealt with already in pretrial stuff. So, I don't know. You know, things were going pretty smoothly in the beginning. We were doing pretty good. I feel like it's always after the lunch break where shit just goes down, you know? All right, guys, we're caught up. Sorry, there's no forwarding. This is why I like to watch trials on a delay. That way I could just skip through all the waiting around and stuff. But man, this is a lot. How's work, Hype? Wait, you should be getting off work soon. The only way to survive is for the defense and prosecution to work together. You know, I like it when they're not so adversarial. It's entertaining, though, when you're watching that. But I do like it when they're not so adversarial in the courtroom and they get along. Things are a lot more smoother. But I would say the two sides so far, I mean, the defense team, they're fairly new to this case. They've only been on the case for about maybe less than a year now. I haven't seen too much sass from the defense team. But man, when we get to Corey Richards, whew, that one, I think we'll see some fireworks. See a lot of blondes in the courtroom back there. Well, back to my horror movie discussion. I can't wait for Annabelle to come out. Although, I don't know if it's going to be good, though. Oh, also the new Conjuring, too. I want to watch that. And usually people fill in these gaps with, like, sports talk, but boo. Well, actually, hold on. I started watching baseball. We went to go watch baseball in person. It was pretty cool. But I think the reason why that I'm more into it is because, you know, Shohei Ohtani. You got the Japanese, you know, representation. Weapons was very, very good. Weapons was a comedy, dude. That movie was so funny. Oh my goodness. There's so many, like, hilarious scenes. Isn't that a Dateline host? Oh, is it? Which one? Hold on, let me go back and see. Did I get the One Piece Luffy card from the game? What game? Wait, I heard the One Piece cards are going for quite the price. Is it because of the baseball shit? No.
Can be seated.
I didn't get any.
You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
Mr. Isom, you, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendy Adelson's Google search warrant?
And new sets has been released. Oh, it's always been very popular. Yeah, my friends were telling me in the group chat that it was going for like hundreds and thousands or something. Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markell was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
I'm waiting for the defense to object. To really piss off the judge. I'm just kidding. I like Judge Everett.
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death.
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markell is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here, and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge,
hearsay?
I simply did not read from any document that has not been admitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markell?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD.
I wonder if it's hot in the courtroom. We have a heat
Do
advisory
you
right now.
recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What
Los
email
Angeles.
is that?
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
Elvis? Why Elvis? Uses drugs? I don't know. How could Elvis be used in derogatory, guys? Is he laughing?
Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
Did she, who, I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markell any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
in this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes?
Is
You know how they made Michael Proctor read his text messages? Can we make Donna read her emails? I think that would be hilarious.
That email, is it from Donna to Wendy?
It is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes.
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
Yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes.
So this is done after the court's ruling.
Correct.
And relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay. What does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markell, right?
Yes.
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
Correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markell to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W.
That would be Kiera
What
Courthouse
is the
Court.
proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markell?
Yes.
Oh, there were.
Did he have a life insurance policy?
He did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
I didn't even think about that.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from the second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was.
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendy
Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k.
And an estate worth some money, right?
Approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markell's estate?
$2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
All right. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. States 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 89.
I think, isn't he the lead detective too?
There you are. States 89 is admitted.
I wonder if they're going to recall him as a witness later on. I'm surprised he's
Were
testifying
you
so
able
early.
to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes.
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the gym?
I believe it was
9:11 sound right?
9:11, yes.
We're talking about AM, so you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks, and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you.
I want to see the emails, but I guess that's going to be later on. All right, so we're going to see the security footage from the gym. (9:11 in the morning on a Friday.
Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door. Same car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And
green
is
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger?
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
Oh, he looks happy. Damn, that's wild. He was only 41 years old.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry?
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes.
It's always so eerie to watch surveillance videos. Like the last moments of the victims.
This is still in
Before
the
something
front
happens to
section
them.
where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct, yes. It's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And this is the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Oh, there's Prius. About to hit something.
Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think it says 10:38.
Hard to read.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the Premier, the same door he came in. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Can't believe Wendy would allow
Once he gets in the
this.
car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry?
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
Because it's not like Wendy is accusing Dan Markel of hurting her and the kids. He was just fighting to be with his kids.
There's that.
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it?
Oh, I could barely see it, the Prius back there. I'm glad they have these overlays to label everything. Oh, I think I see the Prius on the left. Wow, they parked so far away. Of course Dan Markel didn't
Same
see.
suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it's a bus video off of a bus at Maclay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those
the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video.
I wonder if they have videos of Wendy's drive route that day, where she took the long way to get to a different liquor store, and then she went into Dan Markel's neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 90 and then 20 are admitted.
Permission to publish states.
Yeah. So Dan was married to Wendy Adelson, Donna's daughter. They had 2 children together, age 3 and 5. They got into a very contentious divorce, and Wendy wanted to relocate from Tallahassee all the way down, like 6 hours down to Miami, where the rest of her family lived. And it wasn't just Wendy that wanted that. Donna wanted that. And so when the judge denied Wendy's request to relocate, because Dan Markel does not want to go all the way down to fucking Miami. He was a teacher in Tallahassee. He had his life there. And so the judge denied Wendy's request. And then that's why they had him murdered. If Dan Markel was not living anymore, then Wendy could do whatever the fuck she wants. And she could move to Miami to be with the rest of her family. So pretty fucking crazy. You know, just murder the father of your grandchildren. Have the father of your children murdered.
90.
Right.
Hey, Siobhan. Did I miss a funny on my
If you
dog
can
walk?
pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is, the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle. After you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right? And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
Are they behind
This
the Prius?
is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
Nah.
No.
That would have saved you a lot of
A
trouble,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time, yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this car.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand, we found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road,
Yes.
the way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now,
See, at this point, the dudes in the Prius, they already knew where Dan Markel lived because they actually came like a month before to, I think they were planning on either just staking it out or, no, I think they were planning on murdering him before. They didn't do it is because I think the kids were over or something like that.
can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well,
He was
we
shot.
narrowed it down even more than that. But,
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus. Same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound, the shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus.
Hey,
At
Turbo.
10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50, well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
It's crazy. I didn't know buses have this many
See something
cameras.
white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
I can only see the passenger, but you have to assume someone's driving the car.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants.
What was the guy doing? Trying to stretch out his arms before he was going to do the shooting or some shit?
All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The
tow hook
circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, is silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here, and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the SunPass transponder, so we know this Prius. I'm assuming it's
Florida.
not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the SunPass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the SunPass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a SunPass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
I'm doing good. How about you?
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay. And is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass
That's correct.
thing? Okay.
George's got some interesting glasses on.
Did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
Okay. And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75, from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation, and I explained to them what I had. I said we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009 silver pine mica. Not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County, and there was only one Prius, and that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number. In case of SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Okay. Did law enforcement go to Save Gas in Miami?
Yes.
Was there any documentation discovered at that business related to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
67. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as state 67.
Oh, you know who I think is going to testify? I think the oldest of Donna Adelson's kids is going to testify. Rob Adelson?
67.
I don't think he testified in Charlie's trial, but I can't wait to hear from him.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that document? Moving evidence, state 67, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what
You wanna
did we
meet him.
learn about the people that rented the car from this state?
I think he's a doctor, and he was concerned of people Googling his name and then finding out that he's tied to this whole crazy Adelson family shit.
67. Not on there?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes.
Is that the number listed right here?
Yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th, though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I've marked in the state exhibit 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different. This was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
Someone said that someone from Dateline is back there. Who is the Dateline person? Is it the woman that I mistaken for Sandra Bullock?
Not the right thing. We'll have to circle back to that. All right, let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 55. You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's this sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move it down to State's 55.
Defense is stipulated.
Yes, no objection to publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
All right, no issues. We're not pissing off the judge anymore. All right, we're caught up with the live stream now.
Okay, well, we'll work on that too. All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that.
Oh, Dan Markel has a 202 number. That's DC. Oh, you know what? I think Dan Markel. Didn't he work at a law firm in DC for a little bit before he went to Florida? I think so.
That have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got 2 different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had 2 separate numbers, but his main one was the 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right.
You have a burner phone?
The nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those 2 go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was Tato, like potato.
Were you able to establish any link through people between the 2 that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type? Did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these 2 people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay, and
at the same time,
Go ahead.
Same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right, so initially, was there any connection between these 2 guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right, so this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay, and was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right, and did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
She unemployed.
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere. But post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental.
Wait, so did she not work because she was getting money from Charlie?
practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay, and were the 2 of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically, to the office in Broward County in Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What was it, regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanua present when you entered the building?
No.
Did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanwa was. The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the
Oh,
person
that's so
that knew
funny.
the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanwa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
All right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanwa?
No,
Any employment application?
no,
Schedule?
no,
Timesheet?
nope,
W-2 forms or tax filing records?
nope,
Any performance evaluations?
none.
So only the checks.
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanwa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
All right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded.
prior, according to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Oh,
Yes.
did? Why?
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanwa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service off-site for that business?
I think they were trying to say that she came on the weekends to clean or some shit like that.
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No,
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
that's correct.
When was Catherine Magbanwa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanwa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Because lack of relevance, he's about to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
No disputed objections. Ms. Kappelman, please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial.
Co-conspirator statement, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
So let me back up. So while Ms. Magbanwa was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client McBanwell at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. McBanwell?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas, you know, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back, and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
And did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
When I reviewed the objection, there's relevance, and this is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kawas, and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer?
Correct.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right, that's it. I don't know. I feel like we're moving through this really quickly. I don't know if that's a good thing. Because sometimes when you have a jury there that's new to this, it's good to have repetitive stuff. So we'll see how the other testimonies go.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
Yes.
Obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct? You started getting them in July?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendy Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but...
They had a place on Miami Beach?
Well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine McBanwell, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie McBanwell, or you see Katie McBanwell's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
Pretty quickly. Didn't it take them 2 years?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Now, isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
Harvey did it.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendy said that, didn't she? In her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Come on, Mr. Selman. Where's your organization?
Mr. Eisen, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markell bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about...
Will the kids testify? No, I doubt it. I don't know what kind of knowledge they would have. It would be from a very long time ago. 11 years ago, I remember grandma saying this. Yeah, I don't think there's any point to have the kids testify. I don't think they've testified previously.
Mr. Markell's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendy as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markell's sister as the custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendy didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanua from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews.
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee.
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanoa.
And when Miss Magbanoa was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanoa's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanoa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion,
yes,
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
I just if we needed to take a break.
I mean, they took so many breaks today. Do they really need to take a break?
I'm going to show you 64EE.
Alright guys, day one usually is like pretty slow. I feel like it usually picks up after a couple of days. Once we start getting to other testimonies.
The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendy. Ah. The sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from Donna Harvey at gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF.
They know that they're not going to go after Harvey. I mean, I feel like I would be confident too that Harvey's not going to be prosecuted, or they're not going to go after him. So that's probably why they don't care about throwing him under the bus.
This is, again, from Donna Harvey at gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is it there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV, Friday, July 18th, between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
Okay, so they're just trying to show that Harvey also uses the same email. I don't know why they have a shared email address, Donna Harvey. I don't know. I guess some people do that. But I bet you they can probably sort out the difference between the tone of Harvey's emails versus Donna's emails.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one becomes available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Examination. Go ahead.
There's Harvey. Anyone can type another name. And honestly, I think she could just show that the tone between Donna and Harvey is very different.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? Donna
Yeah.
Harvey at gmail.com. And some of these are signed Dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed Mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you.
Mom?
Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment.
Oh no, is she gonna send all the emails with Mom? Well, I guess the defense team would say, well, you know, sometimes Harvey was just pretending to be Donna. Because Harvey saw it for
State's
civil
exhibit.
prosecution. Harvey knew that someone was going to be prosecuted, and he had to make sure that he was going to put Donna under the bus.
This is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed Mom and Dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this one, all right, so we've got some from Mom and Dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
You may step down, Mr. Rice. Will he be retained? You may recall at some point in the trial, there's a name contact with the attorneys. What's that?
Am I under the rule?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
I'm surprised they took a little mini break, but I guess they need an afternoon break.
Everyone can be seated. Just a reminder for the gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you will need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
Huh? Wait, 3:50? Oh, am I like sort of behind? Okay, I guess we'll be back in like 3 minutes. Okay, I didn't think I was that behind. Let me pull it up. Sorry, I'm so annoyed right now. Dealing with something else. 3:50. You said 3:50, right? 3:50? I feel like I was not that far behind. All right, guys, how we doing? It's a little bit slow today. He said 3:50, right? Okay, I was like, that's in 3 minutes. I thought I was only like, I don't know, maybe like a minute behind. All right, we'll wait for them to come back. What are your guys' thoughts about how quickly the state is moving? Because typically I do like it for them to go straight to the point. Sometimes when you know a case so well, you don't want to waste your time with like other details. But you know how I saw this backfiring in a different trial? When, what's his face? Hank Brennan in the Karen Reed trial, when he was moving pretty quickly. I felt like a lot of people gave Mr. Lawley shit for going really slow in trial number 1, me included. But I think going slower and then making sure things sink into the jury's minds may be better, especially if you're completely new to the case and you don't know shit about it. So, I mean, she's moving really quickly and it might be good, it might be not. We'll see. There might be a lot of like repetitive testimony that can help reinforce certain things to the jury with other witnesses, but I feel like we're moving kind of quick. I wish I watched when you're covering the Johnny Depp case. Oh yeah, dude, those days were wild. You know, like initially I was playing Elden Ring when I was watching the first couple days of the case, and then the case was getting so wild that I was like, dude, I can't multitask play Elden Ring. I need to just focus my attention to the shit. 63. At least there aren't so many players like there were in the Karen retrial. I guess. I don't know. I think still a lot of people. Because you have the two hitmen. You have Catherine McBanois. You have Charlotte. You have Donna. You have Wendy. You have Dan Markel. And then you have the undercover operation that went on, the bump. I guess. I don't know. It's still a lot of people. But with the Karen Reed trial, I guess it's just like you have the Alberts and then the McCabe's and then the other Albert family, I guess. Real question is, who did you believe in which case? In the Depp v. Heard case? Not Amber Heard. She lied so much that it was so hard to even want to trust and believe her. And then when she was confronted with lies, she just, I don't know, she wouldn't back down. And there was even small things that she wouldn't even admit because she thought it would make her look bad. So I felt like she just like lied about everything just to make herself look like a good person. But she has to know that the jury, they're normal, average people. People aren't perfect, and the jury can understand that. But she tried to put on a show of a lifetime, and it backfired on her real bad. But she's moved on. I heard she's like chilling in Spain right now, and she actually just she just had twins. So I think she had like a surrogate. But yeah, she has twins. So good luck to her. Did I see the sealed files? I'm trying to remember. It was like so long ago. I know they were unsealing some stuff. I think Amber Heard was sealing stuff. Unsealing stuff. And it was like the journal entries, right? The journal entries and then some of the stuff with the doctor's notes and all that. I think their side unsealed it. When they accuse her of shitting the bed. I mean, listen. Anyone here, if you guys have ever had little tiny 5-pound Yorkies, their shit is not the size of human shit. I would like to think that she didn't shit the bed, but I don't know, man. She's kind of crazy. She's unhinged. She had a little wild one. All right, so they should be back anytime soon. So they said the state's case was going to be, was it 5 to 7 days? I think the defense, I think they said like 4 to 5 days. So the judge thinks that this case will be over 2 weeks from now. I think it'll probably be a lot quicker. I don't know. I feel like we're moving so fast. But, there's always hiccups and bumps along the road. All right, what's the math on this? Minus. It is live. The court goes to 5:30, which I'm like, 5:30. So they have another hour and a half. I'm actually surprised, but if I remember correctly, I think Sarah Boone's trial, I think we went on some days we went to like 6 or 6:30. So, Florida, East Coast, they're just trying to wrap up. They don't want to waste a day's time. So they do go to 5:30. I'm sorry. For those of you guys who are used to the Karen Reed trial, y'all getting an early release at 4 p.m. They ain't going to have it here. Although I liked it. I like Judge Beverly's Judge Cannoni's scheduling. You know, she was like, okay, guys, I'm going to take a break. And then the break is like a lot longer. All right, guys, let's just end it here today. It's 3:30. Bye, y'all. I'm like, okay, I'll take that. I like early release days. I thought they said 3:50. I guess maybe the jury's coming back in and settling it. I don't fucking know, dude. I feel like maybe either he miscalculated 3:50 or he meant something else. I don't know. But I heard 3:52. Let's see. Premium. $20. Hi, Christine. How are you doing today? Hello. So next Monday, when I'm streaming the rest of the trial, I will be back with the face camera. Just no face camera today because I got my acne scarring face thing.
Yep, bring him in.
So I just look a little scary right now.
May I address the court while she's working on the jury?
Go ahead.
I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
I believe what's happening was brought it up because there might have been a discussion while I was in the room.
No.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm referring to the divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted with the only exception being AA for right now.
Right, that was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
hers.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You are certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case, and with that ruling, I mean, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, we can prove up along the way.
Look at Jackie's face. I love Jackie and her like facial expressions.
As they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation
Jackie looked like she got like a what the fuck on her face.
is complete as to State 60, it is not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5.
Mr. Rivera's coming in. Oh shit, they got one of the hitmen. All right, when is Charlie testifying?
I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
You want him brought in now before?
Want to have him seated before we bring him in?
You can bring in Rivera first.
This is the hitman that took the plea deal and basically just narked on everyone. I wonder how he's doing in jail. Or, sorry, prison. I think he's actually, no, I think he's in federal prison right now. I heard if you're going to serve prison time, you better hope you're in federal prison, not state prison. I heard federal is a little bit better.
You can bring in the jurors. You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
Damn, even though it's been 11 years, he still looks kind of young. Shit, how old was he when he did this? He looks like he's like, yeah, he looks kind of young still. Like, I would say like maybe mid, late 30s. Oh, he was transferred to state prison back in June. Was he transferred to state prison because of the anticipation of this case? That sucks. Or was his federal, was a federal prison, was him serving there, was that done? Oh, sequestration. That's the word I was looking for earlier. That Wendy was under sequestration, probably. So I wonder if Charlie, because, you know, I wonder if they could tell Charlie, hey, Charlie, your mom, I think she threw you under the bus during opening statements. Charlie, what are we going to do now? All right, witness number 6. Is it Luis Rivera? Luis Rivera, right? The other one is Sigfredo Garcia.
So you're closer to that microphone.
All right, you're entering the courtroom. Yeah, he looks kind of young. He must have been in his 20s when he committed the crimes. I don't know if he was the shooter, though. I think that was Garcia. I think he was just a driver, but still.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Okay. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
The state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty.
Guilty to what?
To second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera.
This guy's fun to listen to for a criminal? Why do you say that? Is it because you heard his testimony in the other trial?
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
What was your sentence on the second-degree murder?
What did they give him, like 20 years or some shit? Oh, damn, he got some gold in his teeth.
19 years.
Okay, and that was
19.
concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
Oh, you know what? Nat Review. Did you watch his the police interrogation? Is that why? Because now I remember. I do remember him. It was like a office that they were in. There was like a big table or something like that, and then he was in, and he was basically just telling them details. Oh man, plea deal.
Truth.
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Dudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So remember, Donna, I guess Charlie and Donna are trying to say that they had nothing to do with this. The hitmen, they murdered Dan Markell. Then they went to Donna. Then they went to Charlie, and they tried to blackmail them, or I guess extort them, by saying that we're going to tell law enforcement that you told us to murder Dan Markell. And if you don't want us to do that, give us the money. Which, does that really make sense? Is that really how things go? You know, they commit the murder first and then go after these people for money. Why not just murder Charlie if they knew that he had money, right? Take the money from him.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Dude, and then Katie will come in here and testify saying that, no, they hired me. Dude, Donna, what's Donna gonna do? Donna's gonna be like, I'm an affluent white woman. I've never committed any crimes before. Why would you believe them over me? That was Charlie's trick. He thought that he was going to be able to convince a jury because he was a dentist, you know, he was prominent in Miami area, blah, 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 blah. But look what happened to him.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
30 grand? 20 grand?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think the total was maybe like 100, something like that.
Did Katie get a boob
Somewhere
job?
in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment, or was it a payment that occurred over time? Is what you got?
No, it's a one-time payment.
Man, 35
What did you
grand,
know
just not
about the
worth
man
it.
that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia.
Mm-hmm. 35,000 in damp money. Might have been moldy too.
Refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Exactly.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, someone forgot to mute their phone. Who's I wonder who this person is. Looks like a pretty young fella right there.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
All right, so were you with Secreto Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June?
Someone wrote in the other chat, Katie a hoe. Oh, God.
And one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not you guys, though. Y'all didn't write that. That was in the long crime chat. Do I think so? I don't know. It seemed like, I don't know, just normal relationships, you know?
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shit. What witness is this? Number 6, right? Witness. Number...
Objection states 44.
No objection.
Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Oh, that's why someone probably wrote she a hoe. We're a little bit behind, just by a tiny bit. Hey, man, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Were you, at the time of this murder, living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515
Sometimes you don't know which cake you want, so you just take everything.
Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a sweet tooth right now. I would love some cake. Cookies.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one?
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Okay. So Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and We just follow him around to see where he lives and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I think so.
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had 2.
Right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Okay.
Jeez.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
I came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
Who discharged the gun in the car?
And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
No. Did they?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Somebody didn't.
Shit.
Oh, you know what? Maybe they turned it off when they were like near Dan Markel's house, but not when they were following around at the gym. I think they still had the phone on. That's how they were able to get the phone number from the cell tower, because servicing that gym.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or 2, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38?
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon
Hey, at least it wasn't you.
that fired that shot?
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Dude.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person...
Wait, they came to Tallahassee to scope out to kill Dan Markel, but they also bought drugs from the local drug dealer. Oh, gosh.
Assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia? Or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I wonder if the Adelsons tried to bribe him again, like reach out to him to say that, to see whether or not he would change his testimony. I wonder if they tried. It's been almost, 10 years since he was arrested? 9 years now?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the information?
From Katie.
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that?
Oh, and I think this was Jeffrey Lacoste. Okay, Jeffrey Lacoste needs to come back and basically just recap everything for us. Because I think Jeffrey also had things to say about Wendy as well, that it seemed like Wendy knew something was going to happen or something like that, and she knew like Dan's schedule. Fuck, I forgot. Oh man, there drops the Wendy's name.
No.
Phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
When Jeff said that Wendy needed to be back from their trip in the day the murder happened because of the kids. Oh, because she was anticipating that the kids would not have a home to go to because their father would have been murdered. Oh man, we haven't. I just need a refresher on Jeff Lacoste. We haven't. Has it been 3 years since we watched the police interviews with Jeff and Wendy? I think it's been a long time. Andrea, hey, how are you doing today? Hello, hello. Dude, I can't wait for Jeff to come up here.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of dumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
Trying to get amped
He was
up?
trying to hide a gun.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
Got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
Why'd y'all go to the ATM? You know there's a bunch of cameras there.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
So that's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish states, introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
Can't publish.
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me my money.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's
Shrimp?
where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Interesting,
so
man.
he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
I guess the name Shrimp for a woman is not as bad if you were a man and your nickname was Shrimp. Definitely way worse if you're a dude.
So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in a barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
Hundreds of $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and
I have.
Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
Any objection 46 and 47? No objection. Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah,
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
that's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. State's Exhibit 136. Is this it?
I used to work at the restaurant, and we actually would staple our tip money for when we were tipping out to like busboys, kitchen, the bartender. That way the money doesn't get lost or falls out.
I'm going to show you what I
A motorcycle, boring. I would say motorcycle, dangerous.
have marked as State's Exhibit 136.
Shrimp stripper. Could be cute.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice?
Absolutely.
On the particular call that that reference?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 136.
Objection. State's 136, Linda.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overall, he has knowledge of
To rob the dentist.
actions and what he was thinking at the time.
Well,
Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I wouldn't want to rob them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee?
That's pretty darn honest. It's like, why would I murder someone when I could just rob someone, and that's less, that's like a lesser felony.
That y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Let me go back.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Oh man! All right, cross-examination. I can't wait for this. Why murder when you can just rob? Although a robbery could lead into murdering. Is this the Latin King? Oh! I think so, actually. I think he is the Latin King. The leader of the Latin King gang. How old do y'all think he is? Maybe he's like 40, I don't know, 43. I'm gonna throw a 43 in there. But I thought he looked kind of young, like maybe like late 30s. Late 30s, early 40s? Early 40s? 41? sure there's his birthday somewhere. Who's doing this? Zellman? Jackie? Oh, Donna's talking to her defense attorneys right now. Donna. What are you telling them, Donna?
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markell's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school, so when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school, and so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, blame it on Wendy. All right, so we blamed it on Charlie. Now we blaming it on Wendy.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
Dude, when she said good afternoon, he was like, excuse me? That was a little scary. Oh man. Hi Patty Cat, how are you doing today? Oh, is he 33? Garcia's 34? At the time of the murders or now? Because initially I said he looked like he was like mid-30s. I was thinking like he would look like he was like around my age. Then I was like, maybe early 40s then. I don't know. Oh no. Oh no. And like, you see how she was like, she almost like put her hands on his shoulder, like, don't touch me, ma'am. Oh, dude. Okay. He a little scary. He a little scary.
I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markell, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination. Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
Needs to remain under removal, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
All right, so he might come back.
Parties can approach.
I mean, they're just going to say that he didn't know who was involved. He wasn't that high up in the chain. Now, Katie, on the other hand, Katie, that's when they're going to start bringing in Donna Adelson. Huh? Who said 47? 1978? Wait, his birthday's 1978? Katie is 37. Wait, what? Katie's 37?
The jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day.
Yay!
The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday. Yes.
Man, can y'all start court at like 10 or 11? It's too early for me. It's too early. How are you guys feeling about 9 a.m. start time? Eastern time zone. Well, actually, some of you guys, if you guys are in like Europe and stuff like that, better for you. For me, it's early. Right. 9 is good. 1983. Because he looks kind of young. This afternoon for you? Oh man, I'm too hungry. Time to eat lunch. Oh, you're trying to leave me, Shiro? Why are you leaving me? All right, see if there's anything else going on for today. That's afternoon.
The jury, actually, please report at 9:15.
Yay! That's afternoon for me, and that's still too early. Wait, what time would you prefer then? Evening?
And by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30.
Evening too
late. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All right, anything else? Any last minute parting words from the judge? Is Sarah gonna say anything? Hey, 15 more minutes. That's precious, okay? It's precious. I don't know. I'm still debating if I want to cover it live or if I just do the catch-up. The ketchup is kind of nice. Because then if they have any sidebars or anything like that, then I could just
Ms. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago, so.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness, and go through it smoothly, it'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest for the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, what are they doing at 8:30?
To introduce one of the ATM still images, Safety Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection. No. States 37 is admitted.
They're doing something at
Briefly
8:30.
before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted and has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kappelman said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit State's exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed what else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
That matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used to revise.
Anyone doing anything particularly exciting this weekend? Well, today I'm gonna organize my kitchen. I'm fucking excited because I got these drawers from Amazon. I can't wait to organize because right now my kitchen is not, it's organized, but it's not utilizing its maximum storage capacity because a lot of it is like deep, and because I don't want to reach in, a lot of my stuff is only filling the shelves like halfway forward. So I'm excited to organize my shit. And then I don't know, I'm still going through all the Coburger files, so I'm like more than halfway through. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. How about you guys? What are you guys doing for this weekend? Got anything planned? Oh, I gotta ship my brother his Annabelle bucket too.
Court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes.
8:30 is to go over the foundation issues that the defense objected to early when the jury had to keep leaving for. And hopefully they have it all smoothed out then. I'm gonna be here when the jury gets here, okay? And then we'll just play catch up. How about that?
And the foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA. All right.
Thursday
8:30
sounds
on
fun.
Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Y'all have fun doing that. I'm gonna come in late. Sunday is my first day in 15 years. I start another 17-day stint on Monday. Oh, your first day off. Wow. First day off. Oh my God, enjoy it. Have you been following the Idaho student murders case? Yes, we are making videos about that on the YouTube channel. So if you guys want to be caught up with the new documents that were released, well, I mean, they're still considered new, I guess. But yeah, we did videos on that, recapping it. And then also the new documentary that came out about a month ago. So check it out. We're going through the other documents that are released by Idaho State Police. And oh my God, it does not look good for Brian Koberger. People were just reporting him that he was just a creep left and right. So many people had issues with him. I enjoy physical books. I hate the certain mouse sound. Readers do. For me, For me, it's like I used to hate Audible because I like reading it myself. It is more immersive. I agree with you, but I just don't have time to sit down and like, well, I don't have time that I wanted to vote to sit down and read. But I do agree. It's better to read it yourself because sometimes I don't resonate with whoever's reading it to me, or like I don't like how they do the voice for the characters. I wish they would just read it neutrally without doing like the whole acting thing. But yeah. All right. Oh wait, this is new. Hold on. What is this YouTube thing? There's so many videos recommended to me. Wow. I don't remember it being this many videos. Has it always been like this? All right, y'all. Well, that's it for today. We'll be back next week with the face camera. No face camera today because I'm still doing the recovery thing for the acne scarring skin thing. So I wonder if Bose and I had the same skin procedure. Because like usually it's so bad that you kind of want to hide out for a little bit. But no, I went out. I went to do my Amazon returns and shit. So I was out and about. But yeah, anyways. So today was day 1 of Donna Adelson's trial. She's being charged with murder of first degree, conspiracy to commit first degree murder, and then solicitation to commit first degree murder because she wasn't the one who shot and killed Dan Markel, her former son-in-law. However, through her son, through the son's sort of girlfriend, bang buddy, side piece, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and through her baby daddy and his childhood friend, they were the ones that murdered Dan Markel. And why? They murdered Dan Markel because they wanted Wendy, the daughter, to be able to pick up and leave Tallahassee and move to Miami to be closer to the rest of the family. Who cares if the children grow up with no dad? Who gives a fuck about that? They don't care about that. All they wanted was Dan Markel to be dead, and they wanted Donna Adelson to have control of Wendy and the 2 children. So we start with opening statements today with Sarah Dugan. She goes over the opening statements. I think she did a really good job. There's so many people that are involved into this. There's many pieces of the puzzle, but they had a graphic up there to explain who was who did what, who was involved. And then the defense had their opening statement. I mean, I think Jackie did a pretty good job, but I wish Jackie's opening statement was a little bit longer. I just felt like it was too short. But maybe it's good for the jury, straight to the point, cut all the bullshit out. But I think it needed to be a little bit longer because it kind of just felt like, oh, that's it. That's the feeling that I got. We start with witness number 1, James Geiger, who was the neighbor. He heard the loud shot. He went out, saw Dan Markel in the Prius, bleeding, called 911. Then we heard from a bunch of other Tallahassee police people. One was the guy that responded to the scene. There's pictures of the crime scene. And then there was a forensic person who had pictures of, again, the car, Dan Markel at the hospital. And that's when Donna decided to put on a show and started crying. A lot of us feel like Dan Markel. I don't think Donna gave a shit about Dan Markel. So her trying to put a show on for the jury, it might work, because the jury is not supposed to know anything about this case, right? We know a lot about Donna. We know how the things that she said about Dan Markel and how she's like treated this whole trial with Charlie and with her, and how she tried to run away to Vietnam. Honestly, I don't think Donna gives a fuck about Dan Markel and some of the things that she said about Dan Markel after he died. So Donna was trying to go up there and she was trying to pretend, she was trying to cry. She was crying. She was upset. She was like shaking. One of her defense team members were trying to console her. And again, we had another witness to testify that was a medical examiner. There's photos of Dan Markel's autopsy and Donna's there crying and stuff like that, and they're describing how Dan Markel had 2 gunshot wounds, one to the cheek and one into the head. And they wrote his cause of death as gunshot wound to the face and the head, and the manner of death as homicide. Jury was dismissed, and then the judge tells Donna to chill the fuck out. And hey, you need to control your emotions because things are happening in the courtroom. It's going to be very emotional, and you need to control your natural emotions. Although to me, I don't think it was natural. But anyways, we had a lunch break. We came back. There was some back and forth between the state and the judge in terms of the emails being let in as entered in as evidence. And well, once the other guy came back to testify, Craig Isom, retired now, he was testifying for a little bit, but then there were some objections from the from the defense, and the judge dismissed the jury to go out for just for a little bit. Now the judge was not happy. The judge was like, hey, these are some issues that we've already dealt with pre-trial stuff. I don't want to waste the jury's time with these objections, and I don't want to waste time with the defense trying to locate items to show that Donna had nothing to do with this. Waste of fucking time. So it was pretty heated. If I was someone in the courtroom, I probably would have felt the miasma coming out from the judge. It was probably very palpable. Jury comes back in, And then the guy continues to testify, but then the jury gets dismissed again. And the judge is like, hey, what's up? Like, do we want to dismiss the jury or what? Like, what's going on here? Again, these are over the emails. So they're going to deal with it on Monday. I guess Monday morning is what Christine says. And the witness comes back to testify again. Craig Izon, working for Tallahassee Police Department. And they're talking about these emails from Donna. Donna calling Dan Markel Elvis, which I don't know how that's a derogatory, unless Dan Markel was like a drug user and she's trying to say that. I don't fucking know. Calling Dan an asshole, calling Dan a major fucker. And there was a relocation again. Wendy was trying to relocate her kids to Miami, closer to her family, and that was denied. Donna was not happy about that. So Donna was writing these emails, trying to bribe Dan Markel $1 million, split 3 ways. I think having Charlie pay for a portion of it, having Harvey and Donna pay for a portion of it, and maybe, I guess, Wendy pay for a portion of it. Did Wendy have that kind of money back then? I don't know. Other things like taking pictures of the children. Again, they're 3 to 5 years old. She's trying to weaponize these children against Dan Markel. So she was like, take the children. Let's take a picture of them at the Christian church and pretend like we're going to baptize them or some shit like that, just to get Dan Markel spooked. I don't know. I feel like Dan Markel would just be like, what the fuck? Like, y'all are fucking unhinged. What is this? They talked about the financial benefits that Wendy would receive if Dan Markel was dead. There was a $2 million life insurance policy and some other stuff, survivor benefits, pensions, 401k, essentially totaling over $2.7 million. They go over Dan Markel's day, the day that he was murdered, how he dropped off his kids at the preschool. He went to the gym. We got to see surveillance footage of Dan Markel driving in a parking lot at the gym, and there's a Prius following them. However, no one ever gets out of the Prius at all during the 1 hour that Dan Markel's at the gym. And as soon as Dan Markel leaves the gym, the Prius follows Dan Markel home. They talk about how Katie McBanois, again, Katie was the nexus between the hitman and the Adelson family. Katie was getting paid money from the Dental Institute, which was owned by Harvey and Donna, which I think was passed down to their son, Charlie, at this point. And Donna was writing checks to her $2,000 a month, but Katie wasn't doing fuck all for the Dental Institute. Law enforcement actually went to the office to figure out, hey, like, does she work here? And one of the staff members was like, I don't know who Katie is. It's like, really? She's getting paid to work here? $2,000 a month and you don't know who she is? There's another staff member who was like, well, I'm familiar with that name, but I'm not sure what she does. I don't know if that staff member was trying to cover for the Adelson family, but I know she went over to like Charlie, and then Charlie was like, oh, you send them away, or something like that. But they did say that Katie no longer got these checks after the undercover bump happened. Why would Katie not get checks anymore? Why would they stop paying Katie? And again, they're saying that the checks were signed by Donna. Donna worked at the dental office. Why would Donna be okay with paying Katie if she wasn't doing anything at the dental office? So again, the defense is trying to say that, well, Charlie's the one that was paying Katie. Charlie withdrew money from his account, gave it to Donna and told her to pay, and she just did what he told her to do. But again, Donna works for the office. Why would she pay Katie $2,000? Why wouldn't she question it? A lot of things are not making sense, right? What else we have there? Defense is trying to rebut and basically say that, hey, these emails that are so-called written by Donna, well, Donna and Harvey, they shared an email account. It was donnaharvey@gmail.com. However, the state was like, well, let's look at these emails. Oh, wait, this one is signed Love You, Mom. Oh, okay. This one's signed Love You, signed Mom and Dad. So it seems like the end of the emails, there'd be an indicator of who wrote what email, because it would be signed either Mom, Dad, or maybe both of them. Now we get to witness number 6, who is the hitman who took the plea deal. Now, the hitman was arrested 2 years, I think, or a year or two after the murder. And he was arrested for something totally different. However, he took a plea deal. He was like, okay, I'm going to tell you everything that happened, everything that I know, if y'all just give me second-degree murder and give me 19 years. So that's what they did. So he testified, went up there, and he said that he was childhood friends with the other hitman, who was Katie McBanois' baby daddy. And so he was told that, there's a guy that needs to be murdered because the wife wants to be with the kids. And he just didn't really have that much information, but he knows that it was through Katie, and there was a dentist that was involved. The dentist being Charlie Adelson. At the end of the day, he got $35,000 to murder Dan Markel. it was like $100K split 3 ways between Katie, the other hitman, and Rivera, who testified. So basically, he was given a piece of paper, had Dan's face on it, and his address. Now, they actually were planning on murdering Dan Markel, it seems, back in June. They took a first trip. They drove around to see where Dan Markel lived. They followed him to a daycare, didn't want to kill him in front of the kids. And then later on, they end up losing Dan Markel. So they came back again in July for a second trip. Now, during this July trip, Garcia accidentally fired a gun through the rental car. And what happened was that car started slowing down because he actually fired into the gas line. So they had to pull over, fix the car. I guess luckily Garcia was good with cars and knew how to fix it. So they followed Dan Markel. And again, the guy who testified, who took the plea deal, he was just the driver. He didn't want to shoot Dan Markel. At some point after the shooting happened, they did go to an ATM, and that's where there was footage of the two guys in the Prius. It's like, wow, going into a bank, there's going to be cameras there. You're going to the bank with the car that you used to murder someone. Okay, that sounds smart, I guess. Then we had a cross-examination. Again, the defense is really just pushing it in there that it was Wendy that wanted Dan Markel. Wendy, right? It's like, yeah. And Donna's not involved, right? Before we had this conversation, you said Donna was involved. No. Or he doesn't know. So far, we are seeing the defense pushing on the blame onto Charlie Adelson in opening statement, saying that Charlie was the one that used his money to pay Katie so she could pay the hitman, and that Wendy's the one that wanted Dan Markel dead. So Donna's like, I'm saving my own ass. Fuck them. Fuck the kids, I guess. Anyways, y'all. So that's it for today. A little bit slow in the beginning, picked up a little bit, and then a little bit slow. So usually, the first day or so, the first few testimonies of trial is usually a little bit of a snoozer. But once we get into some of the important key people of this case, once we get to, I think Charlie's going to testify. Wendy has been subpoenaed by the state to testify. So we'll hear from them. Jeffrey Lacoste, I'm sure we'll hear from them. So we're going to get into some really interesting testimonies. And I will see you guys next week on Monday. I think my face should be fine by then, and we'll be on the camera. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. If you guys are interested in other coverage of other cases, we are covering the Idaho 4 murders and basically the documents that have been released. If you guys are not caught up with that, definitely go check it out. I just had another batch of like 500 documents or 500-page document that was released. So I'm going through that right now. We're halfway through. And these get into more details, just how bad Bryan Kohberger was during his time at Washington State University. A lot of people had issues with him. Students, grad students, undergrad students, professors. People had issues with him. And a lot of it was all the same. Was him being really fucking creepy. Him staring at women. Him standing behind this person when she was at her desk and just staring at her. Him physically cornering this girl. I don't know. Lots of crazy stuff. It's just really sad that they had to deal with all this shit. But, at least Bryan Kohberger is locked up forever and he'll never have to bother anyone ever again. So that's pretty much it, guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Y'all take care, and I will see you guys. I'll see you guys next week. I appreciate you guys being here. I love chatting with you guys about this trial and other stuff. And Shiro says hi, bye, but he's ready to go. I think we're about to eat lunch, right, Shiro? All right, guys. Have a good one. Take care, and I will see y'all later. Bye.